Okay, why is... Oh, there we go. I was like, why isn't it showing what it should be? Sorry, I was trying to close as many extra things as I could, and apparently I closed my Google for my speech to text, so I had to reopen that. So game is called Beacon Pines. Um, it's kind of like a choose your own ending storybook game. So like you can... If I hit... Oh, it's not gonna let me because I guess I'm in the middle of a... Sorry, where's my mouse? There I am. But like if you hit B, you come back to the tree here, and then it'll show you like all your options for those areas, and like once they're checked mark, it's like you fully completed that option. So we played this a little bit the other day, so I figured we would... I don't think it's a particularly long game, so I thought maybe we would finish it up. Okay, I turned the audio up a little bit, but apparently I turned it up maybe a little bit too much. There we go, that's better. Um, and I was worried that this game would be a little like on the kiddie side, but there are some things that make it slightly more mature happening. Not like, oh my god, adults
Mr.
only,
Nuncreed
but like
eyed
definitely
Luca for
more
a
mature than I
moment,
thought it was going to be.
then nodded in agreement. Nuncreed snatched the basket from Luca.
Rude. And that guy's kind of creepy. He totally Enneagram.
Beck locked eyes with Luca. The look on her face was equal parts expectant and desperate.
Well, I hope everyone had a good weekend.
Beck
We went
gave
to
Luca a quick
the goat
nudge.
festival yesterday, and I did post pictures of all the different goats in Discord. All the different goats I could get pictures of anyway. first, I'm gonna go back to these ones I didn't get to explore before. It's a bat!
Dawn
Look,
had
they're little
dreams of
cute-
becoming a big-time
Cute
reporter.
little batty things.
At night, she searched for the story that could be her big break. By day, she hawked papers at the newsstand.
Okay. We talked to the girl in the diner already, but this guy's back. Have we talked to him yet? Okay, no, my magnifying glass around her, so nothing to talk about. Although, what does this one say? We can't go in. Let's see. Let's try Phantom Ball. Pokey Cat Phantom Ball. It's a Frillish, a floating Pokemon. Gen 5 Tier C. Okay, can we talk to this lady again? Nope. Nope. And I don't believe we can go inside. Nope. Okay, so.
Jeff dug through his pockets for a bit.
I don't think Jeff likes anything that's happening in town. Ooh, I caught the Frillish.
Back took a long breath, then gave a firm nod. Chapter 4. Dinner with the Moodwills. Ilona Moodwill was worried about change. A gardener at heart, she understood the necessity of change, relied on it even. But there was a difference between the controlled world of her plants and this cluttered cottage in a strange town. Almost done. Nellie was a blur of activity, digging through boxes. Sorry, love. Couldn't find the dishes. We'll have to make do with paper plates. Dinner went by without much conversation. As she watched Beck and Luca finish up their pizza, Ilona let herself relax into the chair. The things she cared about were still here. Nellie finally had the job of her dreams. Beck was beginning to take root. Ilona's task was simply to tend to them. She could do that. Luca's eyes were fixed to his plate, pushing a chunk of pineapple around with his finger. Nellie was the one who eventually broke the silence. Ilona nervously gestured toward the boxes. Luca wiped his face with his sleeve. Beck gave Luca a swift kick under the table. Luca glanced over to Beck. She seemed to be holding her breath. Beck slammed her fist into the table, perhaps harder than she intended. Luca glanced outside to gauge the time. The sky was darker than he expected, filled with ominous clouds.
Congrats on second, Crazy, and Fantasy for first.
Luca wiped his mouth one last time with his napkin and started to get up.
No, I think, I want to say it right. Where is it? Oh, there it is. That Maverick, didn't take any because he was just popping in.
Surprised, Luca turned around. He knew Rollo could be prickly around new people, but Beck seemed cool. Rollo would warm up to her eventually. Probably. Luca began to respond, but the sky answered.
Well, it is
for him
Sunday,
as
and
the
for a lot
clouds
of people,
above
that's
began to
errand day,
rumble
you
with
know.
ominous thunder.
For us, it's lazy do nothing. For other people, it's run errands.
Luca surveyed the roiling clouds. At that moment, the heavens opened up, unleashing torrential rain.
like, if we go back to the tree, it'll now have another branch. There where we made the choice to put rumble instead of break.
Luca squinted into the eye hole of the microscope. Luca adjusted the slide with his fingers to get a better look. Luca wiped his hand off on his sweater and gave a nervous laugh. Beck looked down, timidly tapping the ladder with her feet.
Well, that's good.
Luca flicked at one of the toggles. Luca bent down to examine the bouquet of wilting flowers. Judging by the odor, they were well past their prime.
Nope, we got a new
He
thing.
flipped open the attached card. Beck took a moment to watch the rivulets of water running down the window. Luca took a deep breath, exhaling slowly. Luca let out a feral scream that echoed into the night. Her voice dropped to a trembling whisper. Beck brushed off her shirt and straightened up. As abruptly as it began, the storm abated. Beck gave Luca a light thump on the arm before heading in. Chapter 5. Friendly Feud. The air was heavy with the hard rain's residue. The smell of wet things. Despite his dreary surroundings, Luca felt at peace. He'd never shared those details about his dad with anyone, not even Rollo. But it's not like this changed anything. Rollo was still his best friend. Adding it back to the group would help balance things out. Everything's better in threes. This is what Luca told himself as he headed to the treehouse.
So, we finished a chapter that I always go back, well, always, to see, like, if anything different happens. Like, these two are completely completed. But I wonder if we go back to this one and then...
Well, time to bust out the tickles. Beck lunged forward and began to tickle under Tish's arms. Tears began to form in Tish's eyes as she gasped for breath between gales of laughter. Beck redoubled her efforts until Tish finally had had enough. Iggy's eyes darted around, a realization dawning on his face that he was now outnumbered. Iggy kicked at the puddle before making his escape. Beck shook the ooze out of her hair as best as she could. Chapter 4. The best policy. Luca paused for a moment, catching his breath. He'd only just met Beck, and somehow he already managed to drag her into this mess. Hopefully he could make it up to her. But finding Rollo was his primary concern.
So if we go back to B... They both still have question marks, but those both have check marks. So the other option is to choose break instead of rumble.
Luca began to respond, but the sky answered for him as the clouds above began to break, revealing patches of star-filled summer night. Moonlight filtered down, shimmering in the treetops. Luca stopped himself mid-sentence.
So they didn't go in the house and then yell at the storm is kind of the difference.
Luca saw Beck skulking by the gate. Beck grabbed the wrought
Somehow
iron bars
shady.
and shook the gate. Beck's voice was an excited whisper.
Proper shady stuff.
The mysterious figure retracted their mask, hair pushing out from all corners.
It's Grandma!
A chill ran down Luca's spine, his vision blurred. Beck stifled a sharp wince, and Luca looked down to see himself wrenching her hand. Gran tousled her hair back under the face mask. Gran gave Eris a curt nod and disappeared. Chapter 5. What big ears you have! Lucas sat shivering in the bushes, staring at his feet. After checking to make sure the coast was clear, Beck gave him a gentle tug on his sweater.
Just still question marks on both of those and both of these. So.
The clipboard finished writing with a scratchy flourish and looked up.
They look like duplicates of each
Mr.
other.
Nuncreed, arms crossed over his paunch, gave an exhausted sigh. He snatched the pad and the clipboards looked at each other for a moment, almost pondering the possibility, then broke into laughter as they walked away.
Oop, chop to the crocodile. Not that she ever really talks to us, but... See? It just says the same thing every time. Okay. Check in the dining room. So it must be locked. Let's try things.
William Kerr and Gus Valentine proudly surveyed the half-covered festival banner. The mayor gave a half-hearted shrug. Kerr locked his arm on Gus's shoulder. With a glimmer in his eye, Kerr gestured grandly toward the horizon.
Something very shady is happening. A perennial harvest. Let's see if we can go in the perennial harvest building. The answer is nope. At least not yet, anyway.
Rollo waggled his head with pride.
Lavish. I thought maybe, well, there we go. Thought maybe it would want us to like throw it at the. But apparently I'm bad at throwing. So. Oop. Oh, really? Another one? As if the 10 times it took me to hit the other one weren't bad enough? Oh, now it moves. Even better. Oh, 'cause, 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 ' Not what I meant to do. There we go. Only took a while. I mean, if all it takes is a random person hitting the target 3 times to get in, I'm not sure how secure that makes it, but...
Luca sucked in a long breath.
I guess. I'm just bad at throwing, though. Like, let's be honest.
Rollo let out a low whistle.
Oh, Pokemon spawn incoming. True. If you're bad at throwing, it's really secure. But on the other hand, if you're really good at throwing, it's very insecure.
Rollo and Luca shot back a look.
Or unsecure, not insecure. Let's see. Heliolisk. Then a generator Pokemon. Gen 6, Tier B, Magnet Ball, Basic Ball, and Fastball. Let's try Magnet Ball. Do I have a Magnet Ball? What? Catch. Apparently, I have the inability to spell today, or rather type. Better yet, are we sure that's really your Grant? Just somebody pretending to be your Grant. Ooh, we caught it.
Chapter 6. Secret Lair. Summer forged ahead, but the nights only seemed to grow colder. Luca walked home slowly under the pale starlight, cautious to avoid any more surprises lurking in the shadows. Reaching home, he slipped quietly into bed, half dreading what they might discover the next day.
So those couple are all checked off, but these 2 branches are still like question marks, so we'll just keep going. Helps me think.
noise as Rollo strutted across the room.
In that closet. We need to get into that closet.
Rollo flung open the cabinet with confidence. He coughed as a veil of dust hit his face.
No, it's...
A look of realization crept onto Luca's face. All three kids snapped to glance at each other, then sprinted in turn toward the kitchen. Before he could finish, Luca scrambled up Rollo's back. The three crowded around the hutch to peer. With the glass doors opened, a perfect porcelain display gleamed in front of them. Their eyes searched for anything amiss, but the only distinct feature was its impeccability. As Beck pulled on one of the teacups, it slanted forward with a hollow click.
Oop.
The entire hutch began to rustle
Secret
and
passageway.
slide under its own power.
Incendiary jam.
Rollo casually spun open a lid and he smacked his lips. Rollo plunged his hand in the jar, fishing out a soggy slip of... Rollo offered the slimy note to Luca and licked his fingers clean. A spider web of string connected photos of people from the town, interspersed with hastily scrawled notes.
Killer has chosen our next victim. I don't think so. I think it more likely
Luca
means
jostled
they have
each
something to
cabinet drawer in
do.
turn. Only one
with
would finger
whatever's
through the
going
filing
on.
cabinet, pausing at a bulging folder labeled Walter. For a long moment, he just stared at it. Luca nodded and and caressed the label with his thumb. Rollo swiped the folder from the drawer and began leafing through the pages. He whistled to himself, barely looking at the text. He stopped at a page and mimed, holding up a monocle. Rollo looked up with heightened surprise. Rollo's finger traced across the page. Rollo scanned through several more pages. Luca, staring blankly at the cabinet this whole time, spoke softly. Rollo rustled the folder, trying to loose more pages. Luca frantically shoved the remaining cabinet folders, trying to find another labeled Walter. Luca slammed the drawer shut.
Knew he's getting frustrated. He's bullshit.
They crowded around a worn-down old map of Beacon Pines. Rollo carefully traced the path with his finger. He jabbed down at the end point.
Welcome in, Alex, and congrats on third.
Luca looked up from the map. Beck flicked off the light, and they overhead, creaking floorboards bent under slow The kids looked up, the tilt of their necks following each footfall. Then suddenly, it stopped. Without realizing, they'd been holding their breath. All three exhaled shakily, and a muffled male voice broke the silence.
Oh.
A final few footsteps reached the entrance above them, and the voice now echoed down the stairs.
Oh.
The three kids shuffled to the corners without a peep. As he began to descend the stairs,
I mean, I guess it could be clear fluid, but...
Thump.
Oh.
Thump.
That's what every bad guy says.
Oh.
Just to lure you in.
Oh.
Thump. At the bottom step, the man paused, squinting to search the room for signs of life.
Oh.
Rollo shifted suddenly. Luca gave him an intense, chastising look and whispered through clenched teeth. It was too late. Rollo was already inching toward the stairway. He screeched as he charged toward the shadow.
Flaming chicken coop.
With all his weight, Rollo tackled the man to the ground. From the dark corner, they saw something move. Luca scrambled to the hunched figure on the ground. Pressing his fingers to the man's neck, he sighed. As Beck flicked back on the light, Luca and Rollo both gasped in stereo. Chapter 7. The Interrogation of Hiram Tolliver. Still unconscious, Mr. Tolliver slumped heavily in a shoddy old chair. His hands were bound with rope, his feet tied with some loose string. The kids huddled in a circle, discussing their plan. One thing was certain, they couldn't just let Mr. Tolliver go. They needed to know what he was doing in Luca's house. After some deliberation, it was decided.
They'd run the classic good cop, show cop? I guess that was our only
They'd run
option.
the classic good cop, chill cop interrogation. Luca walked calmly to the light switch, flicking it off and on a few times. Mr. Tolliver shook his head, gathering. He looked over to find Luca, who returned a calming grin.
New Pokemon incoming.
Rollo and Beck emerged from hiding to give a timid wave.
A wild Lampet. A Lampet, which is a lamp Pokemon Gen 5 Tier B. Phantom Ball or Sun Ball. Let's try Phantom Ball. Pokey, Catch, Phantom.
Luca glanced over to Rollo and Beck, who replied with skeptical looks. Mr. Tolliver exhaled with disappointment. Luca gestured to the corner. Luca looked again to Rollo and Beck. This time they shrugged. Luca began to slowly loosen the bindings. Mr. Tolliver gently rubbed his wrists. He edged imperceptibly toward the stairs as he spoke.
Timer Ball.
Before the kids had even noticed his movement, Mr. Tolliver was at the light switch. He punctuated his final words by flicking the switch and
We caught
rushing
it,
up the
crazy.
stairs. Beck darted to the wall and turned back on the lights. It was too late. Rollo confirmed what they all heard. Mr. Tolliver's muffled voice came from behind the door.
Welcome in, Kevin. Thank you for the lurky look. I hope you had a good weekend.
They looked bewildered at each other. They heard the staccato thump of quick steps exiting
We're gonna
the
have
house.
ads in a minute. They will go for 3
The
minutes,
kids looked
and then
down
we'll be
in
good for
resignation.
another hour. If you have Turbo
This
or you're
isn't how it
subbed,
goes in
you don't get
Hanky-Tonk.
ads, but I do my
For
best to
some
do
reason,
very little
they'd
during
always
ads,
assumed
so
it
even
was
if you
up to
don't
them
have
to
those
save
things,
their
you
town.
won't miss much.
Luca opened his mouth, hoping to conjure some magical words to make this
And
right.
Twitch is Twitch, sometimes you don't
Only
actually
a
get the
hollow
whole
croak
3
escaped.
minutes.
The end. Well, we certainly aren't going to find a grand resolution to our tale locked in a basement. Back to the drawing board.
Now we pick another ending. So chill was for that one. So let's go back to this rumble. and see what happens.
Chapter 5. Friendly. The air was heavy with the hard rain's residue. The smell of wet things. Despite his dreary surroundings, Luca felt at peace. He'd never shared those details about his dad with anyone, not even Rollo. But it's not like this changed anything. Rollo was still his best friend. Adding Beck to the group would help balance things out. This is what Luca told himself as he headed to the treehouse. The Valentine mansion loomed over both figuratively and literally.
Okay, I'm going to quick run and get a snack. I will be right back. Let's change up the kitty. Ooh, a purple kitty. Okay, welcome back all. I just went and grabbed pretzels for a snack. Let's make sure we're locked into the game. Ooh, conditions. Hydrate, okay. Have coffee because I did not get up till like 10 o'clock, and then by the time I showered and got dressed, it was almost 11. Conditions? Yeah, something like that.
After the foul harvest destroyed their wealth and reputation, the Valentines shuttered off their estate from the rest of town.
Let's go back this way and see if one pops up near this part of the gate. Nope, okay. It was worth a shot. Let's see if the phone booth. Nope. Okay. The alligator still reading her book at the fountain. Hey, this guy is just creepy with that, like, smile. Creepy. Okay, these boxes don't have, like, a... I love how he rolls down the window.
Luca had only ever heard him speak in this stiff yet gentle, and it always meant one thing. Rollo scoffed. Lucas stumbled on his words, knowing he'd said too much.
The heck is a Beck? Oh, he's a wee bit dramatic, isn't he?
Luca became instinctively angry in response.
Stretch.
Both boys were now shouting across the distance.
Of course I care, you ass.
Rollo's tone changed to a calm, yet more intense anger.
Snickety snackety time. I have pretzels.
The words hung in the cold night
Ooh,
air.
rude.
Rollo's stomach dropped, knowing he'd crossed a line.
It's not like you went out for milk and never came
But it
back.
was too late. Luca dug through his old stuff. No.
Yeah, Rolo, look at me and my amazing family. You a Pokemon coming? I keep trying to kick it like into the hallway, but I don't know if I'm not like getting. Oh, maybe it was that. Oh. What do we got? Carnivine, a Bugcatcher Pokemon, Gen 4, Tier B, Sunball, Pokecatch, Sunball. Let's see if I have a Sunball. I don't know if I do. I must, because it didn't say I didn't.
Gran cooed gently from the hallway. Luca just wanted to be alone. He waited to hear the sound of the front door closing.
Okay, so not that way. Timer ball. Okay. Back to the...
Luca dozed off again.
Nope. Ooh, I caught it!
Lucas still couldn't bring himself to go out. Besides, if he ran into Rolo, he'd have to actually confront the situation.
Let's see, those are all checked off, We still have both of those in a question mark, but those are checked off, and then Rumble is still a question mark, but Chill is done. Okay, I think we need to get the ball to kick that. Like, knock it off. There we go.
The Adventures of Hank Atomic. Luca carefully opened the cover and began to read. Rolo had received it for his birthday. A special hardcover edition with behind-the-scenes commentary and bonus art. Rolo cherished it, but asked that Luca keep it at his house. Luca wasn't sure if it was because Rolo didn't trust himself with it, didn't trust his sister around it, or just wanted an excuse to come hang out at Luca's more often. Whatever the reason, Luca didn't mind, but it had stayed right there where Rollo had stashed it ever since. Now, at the foot of his bed, Luca lost himself in the pages. He'd read it all before, but at this moment, it somehow felt sentimental. He was well into issue number 5 when he heard soft footsteps from the hallway. Without realizing it, Luca had pouted away the entire afternoon. He once again felt the weight of it all and allowed his weary eyes to close. Luca stood in a vast black expanse. He looked up at his father standing beside him. Walt was working a straw at the bottom of a fountain glass, trying to collect the last bits of milkshake. Dad? Where? Taking a final loud gurgling sip, his father peered up from the glass. He jangled the straw playfully with a warm smile, then lifted the empty glass as if to point into the darkness. The source? Luca's eyes followed his father's gesture. In an instant, he was sitting in front of a blazing campfire. Across from him sat a large figure in a yellow hazmat suit. The figure's voice was a scratchy echo. Well, if it isn't the man of the hour, make yourself comfortable. Luca held his shivering hands over the flame to warm himself. It doesn't work that way here. Their yellow-gloved hand pointed to the base of the flame. It's a cold flame. See? Luca peered at the base of the fire. It wasn't wood that was burning. It was Beacon Pines itself. Tiny buildings, freezing and crumbling as they were consumed by flame. Luca could see small shadows moving in the burning city. People. Luca leapt to his feet. We've got to help them! The figure gave a dismissive wave of their hand. Why waste energy helping people who can't even help themselves? The figure bent down to examine the panicked crowd as they desperately tried to stop the flames. They only care about what's right in front of them. Not like us. Luca's voice was a trembling whisper. Us? The figure slowly stood up, grabbing its helmet with both hands. With a jolt and a twist, the suit emitted a gasp. A cloud of torpid mist escaped, slowly revealing the face. Luca's own face looked back at him. Older, worn, distant. The sensation was
Well, it's still
oddly
99.
familiar. As if he'd caught his own reflection by surprise in the mirror, the doppelganger smiled. I tried to help once. He gestured towards his face. And all it got me was this.
The bots don't have a recognition. They just have an end goal.
Aren't me. Luca felt a hand catch his shoulder. His father was there again, beside him. Every choice sets us on a path. This is the end of one of your paths, son. Luca watched his older self shake its head ruefully, its face twisting into a cruel grin. Well, Dad, if you wanted him to see this, far be it from me to disappoint. Luca watched in shock as the figure took a confident step forward, and in a flash of cold light, he was gone. What does all of this mean? Luca felt a reassuring squeeze on his shoulder.
So your bots are suicidal, not necessarily theirs.
Just remember, why we choose matters just as much as what we choose. Luca woke up to see a hazy figure at the foot of his bed, silhouetted in the morning sun. Luca rubbed his eyes. The kind, concerned face of his gran came into focus. Gran silenced Luca with a gentle pat on the leg.
Oh, except we got a new thing.
Luca gave a reluctant nod. Luca took a deep breath. Chapter 6. Through Thick and Thin. Despite Luca's bitterness, Gran was right. He needed to hash things out with Rollo. A big fight changes the nature of a friendship. Whether, in the end, it is for the better or for the worse, all comes down to understanding. If one is not careful, the same familiarity that builds the strongest of bonds can become the wrecking ball that shatters them. Luca emerged from seclusion, taking in the crisp festival air. But the events of the day weren't on his mind.
Well, there you go.
He had to find Rollo.
Let's check our flowers here. These still checked off. These still question marks. Wambos a question mark.
Roxy rolled her eyes, shaking her head. Luca looked down and kicked at the dirt.
I wonder... Either, I think probably the library? It's this way, I forget. Well, let me go that way so it doesn't matter. I thought it was the guy sitting in there.
Mr. Kerr pointed to his grinning mouth.
Pizza! Ooh! Number 1! Woohoo!
Jeff was staring into the distance with a wistful look. Jeff turned to Luca with a furrowed brow, then gave an understanding nod. For a moment, the two now shared that same wistful gaze.
once, you can't talk to the gator. That sounds like mafia for the good of the family. A Doozion? A Batosis Pokemon? Cypher Ball. Pokecatch. Cypher Ball. I don't even know what balls I have anymore, so I'm just going with it. Well, I couldn't go in there. They were like, how can I get out of this conversation fastest?
Griffin looked away suspiciously.
I said I can use the library. Can we go inside this? Ooh, we can.
We all know Beacon Pines is a great town. What you may not know is great towns grow from mighty roots. And that is why you cannot tell the story of Beacon Pines without telling the story of one Shopper Valentine.
I caught
Shopper's keen
it!
intellect and strong moral fiber led to a grand vision. A vision of a community dedicated to a better tomorrow. In his own words, a better tomorrow is within our grasp, but it requires a singular mind to harness it. Lucky for us, he decided to grow that vision here, in Beacon Pines. And how does one grow a better tomorrow? With fertilizer, of course. Valentine's Fertilizer Company became the lifeblood of a town yearning for purpose. But then tragedy struck. A scientific experiment gone wrong. An accident which took Shopper away from us far too soon. To this day, we struggle to pick up the pieces. But one foul harvest isn't enough to stop the people of Beacon Pines. The spirit of Shopper Valentine lives on. It lives in the hearts of everyone with a dream for a better tomorrow. Together, we will follow his example and grow a bountiful future.
The way he like slid across to plant the seeds and then fertilize them was funny. Okay. That was unhelpful. I felt the same way, Luca. These can we go? Can't go in there, but what about up the stairs? This game is basically like talk to anyone and everyone you can, like do everything you can.
Sariel became flesh.
Can't go in there.
eyes lit with excitement. Kato straightened up and cleared his throat as if preparing
My other
to
thought was
sing.
maybe his dad's grave. It would be a quiet place.
Kato stared at Luca eagerly.
Maybe one of the comic books?
Luca grabbed The Adventures of Hank Atomic, issue number 5, from the shelf. Kato removed his book from the desk and replaced it with Luca's, turning on the lamp. As he slid the book under the purple light, 2 words glowed: The Adventures of Hank Atomic, issue 5.
You're fighting your battleship, people.
Luca clicked his tongue with recognition. Kato began flipping through the pages, stopping when he hit a glowing word.
Get away with such a grift
He continued flipping.
in rub. Yeah. Heart.
Reaching the end of the book, Kato looked up.
Griffin. Griffin's grub cart. The snack stand. Okay, I'm going to quick claim my there we go. Ooh, apparently it says we can trade stuff, so let me quick do that. What can we trade? And it has to be the same color, so is it greens? Nope, it's not greens. I bet it's grays then. Ooh. What are those? Ooh, we got glasses. Let's use those.
Before Luca could finish his sentence, Griffin handed him a corn dog.
I don't know. Let me just a second. So I can show you or send you what, come on, open up. What Wargaming sent me. Let's see. Later. Oh, here it is. link. No, not a carrot. Okay, I sent you the website he sent me. And if I remember how I did it right, I clicked, so it takes you to like a website. And then I clicked down on the Pokemon TCZ. It's just like a drop down. I'm trying to remember how I did it. Okay, when I go to that website that I sent you, click home. Trying to remember how I did it. I went to their Discord and then followed like the stuff from Discord, how it told me to do it. So like when you go to that website, you can click home and then Discord to join the Discord, and then there's more on the Discord about how to do it. Sorry. I was trying to remember exactly how I did it, but I don't.
Luca shrugged, taking a sizable bite out of the corn dog. Luca tongued at his cheeks, feeling something rough between his teeth. He reached into his mouth and pulled out a slip of paper. He shook off the bits of corn dog to read the slip. Luca finished off the remainder of the corn dog.
So I think we have to go up there to the back of the cafe. Oop. And apparently I pressed too many buttons too fast.
Lumi waved his hands around sarcastically as he began.
What takes flight but has no wings? I mean, penguins. Hope. Oh, balloons.
Rollo sheepishly handed Luca the balloon.
Flight. Now that we've earned like 5 more things, I wonder if some of the ones that have been like checked off, if we go back, if we can use different ones in those situations.
Luca threw himself at Rollo, hugging him as tightly as he could. an unopened letter. Luca, some things are going to happen that might be difficult for you to understand.
Oh no.
If I am honest, I hardly that I love. None of this is fair to you. You have already lost so much.
A Graveler, Wild Pokemon Gen 1 Tier B, a Geo Ball is most effective. Catch Geo.
We both have. I wish there was a simpler way forward. But if there is, God knows I've tried. Everything I've done, I did for you. I hope someday you can accept that. Love, Gran.
Something hinky is definitely gonna happen.
Luca folded the paper into his pocket and headed up the ladder. Luca was at a loss for words, but that was fine. Words aren't always necessary.
Okay. I was like, I don't know how I did it. I don't think I realized how I was doing it while I was doing it.
Sadly,
So.
this was untrue.
Alex, we caught it!
A distant rumble shook the treehouse.
Ooh, no. You're gonna make the treehouse fall down, rumble like that. I don't think that was fireworks.
It was not fireworks. It was something the boys couldn't
Sounded like an
possibly comprehend.
explosion.
Something as old and cruel as time itself.
The Big Chill. That was an achievement. I'm not quite
A
sure
shockwave of cold
that
tore
we
through
found
the
a good
room.
ending, though.
A bitter. Before they could react, it encased them in ice. Two boys, reunited by friendship, only to be cruelly separated by a malevolence beyond reason. And so, our story ends on this melancholy
We keep finding
scene.
endings. They're just not the right
In a
one.
silent treehouse turned statuary. In a town brought low by its secrets, sits a for the rest of time. The end. No, that can't be the ending. It simply can't. I won't accept it, and I hope you won't either. There are more endings.
I know there are more endings.
Possibilities.
We
I
have
can
like 5
feel
or
it.
6 things we haven't used yet.
We are just going to have to sort through them all until we find the one that fits.
I've eaten so much pizza. But it's delicious, Alex. Okay, let's go back to this one and see if we can use one of the new ones. No. Okay, I thought maybe because we had like new ones, it would like what they might pop up, but no. And escape doesn't let us out, so we'll just have to pick one and then go back to the tree.
Chill for the day.
6. That is a lot of pizza, Alex. Let's try this one. See if it'll let us. Nope. Okay, chill it is
In the
again.
past, he found the best way to deal with an enraged Roxy was to be a little chill.
Let's go back to this and try hard.
They'd run the classic good cop, hard cop interrogation. Rollo brandished a steely gaze. I've got this. Read about it 100 times. Rollo swaggered past the chair which propped up. Without even looking at his captive, he began with a long, blustery drawl.
Sometimes you eat so fast that, like, it doesn't give your stomach to fill up, like, to let you know you're full. I know, I wanted soup too, but do I really want to make chicken? I have some stuff to make broccoli cheddar soup, but I don't know if I want to commit the time to making it.
Mr. Tolliver remained motionless.
No, I'm done on the ready.
Rollo spun around to face him. He'd clearly expected to rouse Mr. Tolliver with his booming voice. Beck and Luca gave each other an unsure glance. Rollo slammed his fist on the table.
I know. It was subpar. I was so sad.
He grabbed the table lamp and beamed it onto the unconscious face. Mr. Tolliver groaned and slowly lifted his head. He recoiled with a muddled, weary squint.
If you say so.
The chair wobbled as he attempted to straighten up. Mr. Tolliver
I'm
could
not even
only
sure
make
we
out
have like
rough shapes
canned
through
soup
glaring
in the
light.
cabinet because we don't really eat it.
With a
So
gruff
I don't
tone,
know if I don't
Rollo
really
hoped
keep
to
it on
both
hand.
conceal his voice and intimidate.
It is full of
The
sodium.
doubtful expression on
And the
Beck Luca's
sodium-free
faces
kind tastes so
transformed into
disgusting.
awe. Rollo, hitting his stride, was now channeling every detective trope his memory could recall.
I don't know. Google if there's
slammed the
any
table
soup
again.
places near us.
Mr. Tolliver's voice became desperate. He was nearly in tears.
Dance with your mouth, punk. Spill your beans.
Mr. Tolliver was in a daze, now more confused than ever. He shook his head, feeling more and more dizzy. His voice faded to a whisper. With that, Mr. Tolliver passed out cold. Rollo swung around with a repentant grimace.
Oh no, Alex, I'm sorry. Yeah, we looked up the place where they were having the reunion, and then it turned out that they had like a pre-done thing, or like we didn't get to order food there. And then we went to I was like, I'm not really like hungry because I'd eaten, the sourdough bowls and I can get broccoli cheddar soup, except both the soup and the sourdough bread bowl were less than delicious. They were just kind of meh. The bread had like a weird taste to it. And so did the soup. I did bring dessert home though. Money. How do you pay your bills? Although you look like a child, so you probably still live at home. Sometimes you just gotta call this stuff out and then it starts working again.
Chapter 8. 6 feet under, 3 towns over. The kids spent the rest of the afternoon combing through dusty piles of old county records, desperately searching for anything that could help them make sense of Mr. Tolliver's cryptic utterance. Luca tried to shake the thought of Gran's basement, but his focus wavered. Explosives, messages hidden in jam, dossiers on various town figures, and Gran was the only family he had left. He still couldn't bring himself to believe the worst. But the old map with the symbol of explosives in town square made that difficult. As the sun began to set, the kids were no closer to the truth.
We will find the correct ending. So at some point.
Rollo shut his book with an assertive nod. Rollo muttered under his breath. Beck slammed her finger down on the open page before glancing down to read. Something tickled the back of Luca's mind.
Like I said, maybe his grandma is not really his grandma. He hasn't seen her in forever. Maybe it's somebody pretending to be his grand, or his grand.
The question hung in the air. Beck rubbed her eyes.
Or put clothes on and go get it ourselves. You know how I feel about DoorDash and Uber Eats. I don't trust them
Luca's
not to mess
heart
with my
was
food.
pounding as he approached the house.
Which
If
I
he
know
was
is weird,
lucky,
but
Gran,
oh well.
or whoever it was, hadn't gotten back yet. And of course, there was Mr. Tolliver tied up and unconscious in the basement. Dealing with him would be the first order of business. Luca shook out his arms to calm his nerves before entering.
Gran isn't Gran.
He held perfectly still, tempering his breath, and listened closely. She was asleep. His only hope was that she hadn't found Mr. Tolliver before dozing off.
He's gone. She must have let him out.
Mr. Tolliver was nowhere to be seen. Or maybe Gran knew everything.
The Gran
Luca's
who's not
hungry
Gran.
stomach groaned. Not realizing it, he'd gone the entire day without eating. Luca rushed over to the pile of jam jars, unscrewed one, and shoveled a handful into his mouth. He flipped the lid to read the label.
Okay. Gran is gone. The not Gran is gone.
As Luca climbed the final stair,
Smurgle.
the emotion of the day dragged heavily on him.
I'd rather order pizza than get dressed. Gen 2 Tier C. Basic balls. Well, I don't have a basic ball, so an ultra ball it is.
With each consecutive step, his legs weakened. His stride began to falter.
There was
He tried
something
to
in
grab
that
for the railing to
jam.
steady himself. Something was wrong.
He's been poisoned by the jam.
Luca groaned
Like that,
and
he swings
tried
his
to
leg forward and
move.
just bam.
His limbs might as well have been bolted to the ground. Through numb
I don't think we
lips,
found
he
the right
mumbled
ending
just before
again.
falling asleep.
Oh, you know what? He got it to not Gran.
Chapter 9. A speech to end all speeches.
Rigged.
Luca awoke to find himself face down in bed.
This whole game is rigged!
Rude.
He moaned into his pillow. Why would Gran drug him? Or rather, why was she trying to drug Mr. Nuncreed?
Right? I was thinking the same thing. Like, how did he get
Shaking
in
the
bed?
questions from his
Because
woozy head,
he's like the same
Luca
size as
snapped
her.
back to the matter at hand.
Ads are going to start in a minute. They will go for 3 minutes. If you have turbo or you're subbed, you will not get ads. But I try to limit what I do during ads so that people who are not subbed or have turbo don't miss much. Yeah, that's what I said. She poisoned him. She drugged him. Or rather, whoever she was trying to give that jam to. I don't trust Gran. It's a not Gran. Because according to the thing, she's dead. What's in this door? We must get in this door. Oh, she dragged him to bed. I guess she could have. Just grabbed an arm or a leg and drug him. Yeah. I think if she drug him, he would feel kind of like, you know, like, oh god, I've been run over by a Mack truck type deal. If she drug him to bed, but you know, maybe not. I don't know. Just making sure there's no other, okay, we're in ads. I was just making sure there are no other, like, you know, things. Let's check. How many minutes? 2 minutes. Okay. I have a little time waster game. And I need to set them to tasks that take longer. So I'm quick doing that. I had set them to some tasks that were like longer. But they finished, or one of them finished, so I needed to reset. Okay. Ooh, Kevin guessed the riddle quizzy thing. Ooh. I can claim another.
He is correct.
Yes, he is correct. The Beginner's Guide to Hostel. Welcome back, everyone. I was just double checking, like, check marks and stuff. Okay. So, there was nothing new in the house to try to, like, open. So, outside we go to the festival. In fairness, that old guy is creepy, and maybe she just wanted him to not bother her anymore. That not Gran, that is. Ooh, we got another one. So.
Augustus Valentine nervously wiped his brow.
Yeah, they won the race to be the first one to go into space.
Gus cleared his throat and awkwardly loosened his tie. William Kerr bounded on the stage with the energy of a preacher at a big tent revival.
That's an image.
He gave Gus a hearty slap on the back and motioned him off the stage.
Liar, you totally prepared something.
Mr. Kerr pulled a thick stack of note cards out from his vest.
That's impressive for somebody who didn't plan anything.
Mr. Kerr took a moment to survey the crowd. He wiped away a single tear. He thumped the podium pausing to emphasize each word. Mr. Kerr nodded confidently, biting his lip. The crowd was silent, in rapt attention.
It's a he, and I already said that.
Mr. Kerr methodically made eye contact with each section of the crowd.
It does look slightly feminine though. But yeah, I already said that that person looks evil and totally up to something. He's hinky.
His voice began to build to a crescendo.
Oh no!
The crowd began to look around nervously. Mr. Kerr quickly
I don't
flicked
think it
through
was
his note cards.
thunder. That sounded like explosion.
He raised his hands up to the heavens.
Oh no! Everybody got frozen again. Just in a different place. Another ending. We've hit like 4 endings today.
A merciless wall of impossibly cold air ripped through the crowd, instantly freezing everyone and everything it touched. For a man like William Kerr, this was a fitting way for things to end. On a stage, with an entire town frozen in rapt attention for the rest. The end.
There's that ice again! Whenever I think we're getting close, it comes along and ruins everything! Maybe we should just quit? Maybe you should just close the book, walk away, and never think of me again!
No, we got a little closer this time. We just need to try again. Please.
So Sly wasn't there before, so let's try that.
They'd run the classic. Luca and Rollo ducked behind a barrel, leaving Beck to her task. With a few crisp snaps, she roused Mr. Tolliver. Mr. Tolliver looked down and shifted a bit, testing his restraints. Beck caught herself before letting the surprise manifest on her face. She'd already gotten him to reveal his relation to Gran. This was gonna be easy. Mr. Tolliver wriggled a bit in his restraints. Beck quickly removed the ropes. Mr. Tolliver rubbed the growing knot on his forehead. Beck twirled her hand, as if to prompt Mr. Tolliver to finish her thought. Beck shook her head and clicked her tongue. Mr. Tolliver let out an amused huff in agreement. Beck was on a roll now, playing Mr. Tolliver like a fiddle.
Yeah, right? And while Tigro? I don't know. Gen 2 Tier C Mock Ball. You don't own that ball. I don't own that ball either, so Pokey Catch Ultra Ball. I don't even know which balls I have anymore. I've been trying to use a bunch of them. That's why I haven't fixed the throw command. Because I have so many, like, friendship balls and this ball, that ball, that I don't, you know what I mean? So, I've just been trying out different balls at the bottom of what it suggests.
Heading for the stairs, Mr. Tolliver hesitated and turned to Beck with a puzzled look. She grinned and gave him a peppy wave. With a shrug, he continued up the stairs, whistling a jaunty tune. Beck blinked slowly in disappointment. She turned to the table and began tearing small scraps of paper. Beck marked each scrap of paper and leaned back.
I know, but I had a bunch of basic balls. And so I set the auto throw to use basic balls, and so then I've gone through them all.
Luca and Beck looked at Rollo with amazement.
Ooh, it's the diner lady. Oh. Ah, I see. Yeah, they're two different balls.
Gus looked around nervously. Eris's cry hung in the air.
It's just a goat.
I put all the pictures of the goats in Discord. A bunch of goats. dragon goats, princess goats, red hat lady goats.
Solomon stood proudly at the entrance
Yeah,
to the
even
trucks,
the
holding
baby
a brown bag
goat.
overflowing with black liquor. Solomon shoveled a surprising amount of licorice into his mouth.
Solomon looks like a Doberman. Thank you for the biddies, crazy.
Beck cupped her hands on the glass to peek inside.
Friends Nude Rug Store. I mean, Underground Secrets. The
Beck
password.
flung open the door, and they all squeezed in. Luca cracked his knuckles and entered the letters into the keypad. The inside of the phone booth
Oh
dropped
no,
loose
it
from
dropped
its shell.
down.
Without even the space to panic, they closed their eyes, held their breath, and accepted their fate. Suddenly, the chaotic descent slowed to an effortless landing.
Like an elevator?
It was
A quick
unclear where
descent
they ended
elevator?
up, but at least it was solid ground. The air was stagnant and
It
smelled
almost
vaguely of
like
chlorine.
kind of looks like a laundromat. I don't know why to me. Hey, there's that broken suit. Mining Operations Alpha. Cornelio Harvest main office. Valentine Fertilizer Warehouse. It is starting to feel like something big. I feel like we're getting somewhere.
Rollo's
Probably
hands
6
hovered over the
more
field
wrong
of
endings,
blinking
but let's
buttons.
not focus on that. It's gonna suck him up. Mr. Nuncreed. Three shits and an awesome.
Joseph waited for a moment in silence. He gestured toward the strange tubes. Nuncreed let out a growl of... He shook his head wistfully.
Is there a point to this sob story? Not really.
He took a menacing step towards the...
He's gonna try to get them.
Luca began to laugh.
Press the button, suck him back up. And Gran is like in this.
The color drained from Nuncreed's face. Nuncreed grabbed Luca by the shoulders. His eyes were frantic. A jolt of realization struck Mr. Nuncreed.
The source again.
Chapter 8: The Cold, Hard Truth. Beck leapt up, allowing the suction to yank her into the dark. Dimness eclipsed around her like the shutter of a camera as she seemed to cover great distance in mere moments. Her only points of reference were glints of upcoming turns, which approached with frightening speed, only to carom her gracefully along. She heard the tinny, distant echoes of Rollo's glee. Once she stopped fighting against it, the ride was impossibly smooth. Then, all of a sudden, as if minutes had passed in an instant, light blazed into view. A burst of wintry air snuffed across her face, and she was flung out into the cold.
Oh, that's not Gouda. What, he traveled through time to winter, or did everything ice over while we were in that tube? They destroyed the source. I think I might have parted with some fluids in there. Should be. That pops up about halfway through, I want to say. Oh, no, not quite halfway. It's been... Yeah, that pops up, I want to say, like a minute before the Pokemon does. This is our town. It's just snowy now. A Cherrim, which is a Blossy Pokemon, Gen 4 Tier B. Sunball. Pokey catch. Sunball. Yeah, that pops up about halfway, and then the other one pops up about a minute before the Pokemon's gonna come. Like the one that says, like, spawn incoming. The town is frozen. Kid's got an obsession with the aliens. So, like, their way to their treehouse is blocked off now. Ooh, we all
As they
caught
rounded
it.
the corner to the frozen town square, they spotted Mr. Nuncreed inching cautiously toward a pit at its center. He held his arms out gingerly, as if approaching a beast. Upon closing the distance, Luca recognized what Nuncreed was after. Gran stood confidently at the edge, one arm outstretched over the abyss. Nearby, a wheelbarrow had been emptied out. She held a lit torch, which flickered in the bitter wind.
What did you do, Not Gran?
Mr. Nuncreed turned back toward the kids. Desperation. Rollo and Beck held steadfast in awe. Luca approached closer. Mr. Nuncreed spun back toward Gran, his voice growing louder. Mr. Nuncreed winced with anguish. His voice hardened. They both now yelled, not to each other, but at fate itself, making their peace with long-held burdens. The wind howled with
Hi, I'm
encouragement.
Jenny Fan.
Welcome in, Danny. I hope you had a good weekend. We went to the Goat Festival yesterday. I posted in Discord all the goaty goat pictures. Goats dressed up in all kinds of costumes.
They menaced at each other, both catching their breath.
Crazy's co-worker and our friend Mark brought his new baby goat to the festival, and he had wax crayons, so we got to color the goat. And so I made it like a Lisa Frank goat. We put like all kinds of colors all over the goat. And it's that the baby goat is so cute. So we had our wagon with, because we bought chairs with to sit and watch. So we had our chairs in the wagon, but our wagon then has like a basket off the back of the wagon that you can put stuff in. And the baby goat was so tiny, he fit in there, and he just laid in there and wanted to nap like all day.
The wind calmed. As if
He was
to
like,
give
yep,
him
this
the
is the
stage.
life. I'm just gonna lay here and sleep.
And in the stillness, it was all just too much. Falling to his knees, Luca whimpered softly. The tears crystallized as they hit the snow. Gran stared at Luca for a moment with warm sympathy, remembering why this was all necessary.
Yeah, there were goats that had all kinds of costumes on. Like, one had like a peacock costume on. Another one had, well, two of them really had dragon costumes on. And what we saw, one's dressed up like princesses, like fairy godmother, fairies, had a little wand and everything. Like, there were just tons of goats.
She stiffened up and brandished the torch at Mr. Nuncreed. A
Some of the
ignoring
goats
his
were
final
so
plea.
tiny,
Gren
and
flung
others
the
were like
torch
bigger
into the
goats.
deep
Like,
darkness.
we saw two of those goats that have like the really long hair, and one of them, they put like some of the hair that was like up here on the top of the head in curlers, and then put like a little robe on it, so it looked like, you know, like a granny, whatever. Right, yeah, you can't get the goat to walk. You have to, like, it's either gonna do it or you gotta drag it, so. Yeah, one was just like Sally Nightmare.
Punctuated with a thunderous
You guys have to Nitro to
Before
upload a
Gran
video,
could
I think,
finish,
over so
the
many
ground
bits,
shook
or
her
like
to
over such a
silence.
size. Yeah. Oh no, we froze, we hit another ending.
Gran
Dang it!
only had time to spin around and run to Luca, her attempt to
We
shield
keep
him.
getting
An
frozen!
honorable but trifling act. Unflinching love, pitted against an unthinking horror. There was no contest. Her warm embrace froze in an instant. That is where they remain, fixed in place, forever. And so, our story ends on this melancholy scene. In a
We will
town
find
brought
the
low
right
by its
ending
secrets,
yet.
sits the frozen statues of a misguided band of meddlers. The end.
Well, that was dire. On the bright side, we finally figured out where all the ice is coming from. Now, we just need to find a way to deal with a mystic, unfathomable force of nature.
Okay, something about these. Alright, I just want to quick collect my, I think, for bond. No, Whole Foods is too expensive.
Chapter 4. The Best Policy. Luca paused for a moment, catching his breath. He'd only just met Beck, and somehow he already managed to drag her into this mess. Hopefully he could make it up to her. But finding Rollo was his primary concern. Roxy and Fitz looked. It was clear they'd spent. Roxy's temper could often be dismissed as the impatience of an older sibling. But this was the most intense Luca had ever seen. Her eyes were wild and unfocused, looking straight through Luca. In a torrent of rambled words and tears. Roxy, still exhausted and angry, softened briefly as her eyes hunted the ground in thought. With a determined sigh, she looked up at Luca. Roxy drew herself up. Roxy tried to think of the safest place to send Luca. Luca wiped his cheeks and gave a quick nod. Looking into the puddle, Roxy rubbed her arms to warm up. After the foul harvest destroyed their wealth and reputation, the Valentines shuttered off their estate from the rest of town. The Valentine mansion loomed over every other building in town, both figuratively and literally.
Okay. So, like, we have a bunch of these we haven't used. So, we'll see. Okay, just press C again.
Mr. Nuncreed jumped with a start. Luca motioned to the phone booth.
Okay, good luck.
Mr. Nuncreed gently placed one of his substantial hands on Luca's shoulder. Luca peered up at Mr. Nuncreed. Kind eyes warmed a stern face. There was a deeper emotion hiding beneath it all. It was subtle, but Luca could sense something eating away at him. There was a shame lurking behind those eyes, a deep sadness. If Mr. Nuncreed was that worried about Rollo, maybe he could help. Mr. Nuncreed raised an eyebrow. Mr. Nuncreed's shoulders slumped. A deep sigh bellowed from him.
No. Mr. Nuncreed
Luca
is not a
attempted to
good
take
guy.
step back, but Nuncreed's hand clamped down on his shoulder. With a firm shove, Nuncreed manhandled Luca into the phone booth. The door latched shut with a mechanical hiss.
Shit. We got another ending.
As Luca pounded the glass, the floor dropped from under his feet.
Maybe not.
The inside of the phone booth was now a loose capsule, plummeting at gravity's whim. Luca winced and pressed his hands to the walls. As he braced for impact, the capsule hurried to a surprisingly smooth stop. He felt a cold rush of air and opened his eyes with hesitance. Two large figures in hazmat suits occluded his view. Luca heard the deep, resigned voice of Mr. Nuncreed over an intercom. He knows too much. The end.
Ugh, it is.
Wait. This isn't the end. I know there's still much more. Somehow this went wrong. Okay, let's try something else.
7 wrong endings, or 10 at this point. We'll go with Strange.
Chapter 4. Our harvest awaits. Luca took a deep breath and gingerly opened the door, steeling himself for Gran's wrath.
Our Poke's gonna happen soon.
The house was empty.
Mock Ball. I think that was the one I didn't have.
Netball.
I know, but I'm just saying, I think Mock Ball was the one I ran out of. Like, I don't have anymore. But, I'm not gonna remember that anyway, so.
Luca was sitting by the pond, listening to small waves lap against a rock. His father sat in a folding chair in front of him. Without turning,
I'll be honest, I
he
thought
spoke.
we'd play this game for like
don't
an
you grab
hour
me
or
some
so
nice
and we'd
bait?
be done.
Sure thing, Dad.
This game is much more involved.
Luca hopped
It's
over
got
to the
many
tackle
more
box
endings
and
than I
popped
thought
open
it
the
would.
lid.
Like, where you like basically
Inside
don't find the
was
right
a
one.
rolling, buzzing mass. We're fishing with bees? Luca's father gave a warm chuckle. Well, you catch more fish with bees than honey. Pick us out a good one. Luca closed his eyes and plucked out a bee. He could feel its wings struggle between his finger and thumb. Holding it at arm's length, he hurried over. His father deftly baited the hook and examined his work. Interesting choice. With a practiced flick of the wrist, the line buzzed in a graceful arc.
Timer ball.
The water accepted it without a splash or ripple. The wrong choice. But I respect it. The pond began to freeze over. Sometimes we gotta make the wrong choice before we can make it right.
Well, we made lots of wrong choices
Pallid
at this
ice
point.
propagated
Crazy
across the
caught
still
it.
surface with an
Woohoo.
alarming speed. Luca scrambled back as the ground beneath him turned cold. Dad, I don't understand.
I gotta do the Pokey Daily
isn't
when
always
we're on
part
break.
of the deal.
The relentless ice shot.
I think I
toward the
meant to do it
fishing line
last
toward
time,
his
but
father.
didn't.
Dad, look out!
His father casually wound the reel. None of it's your fault, you know. Never was.
Dad, we have to go.
Luca grabbed his father's shoulders, trying to pull him away.
Please, you have to run.
The ice crackled as it spread across his father's hands. That's the thing about fishing, Luca. His chest began to crystallize. You toss your hook in, and you never know what you're gonna pull out. A shock of searing cold ran up Luca's arms. He gave one last desperate tug. The chair tipped backwards in a single frozen mass. Luca tried to stop the momentum, but it was too late. He watched the icy form of his father slam into the hard ground, shattering into 1,000 pieces that crowded around his feet.
Dad, I don't understand. What does all this mean?
The gentle rustle of leaves was the only reply.
Creepy. Ooh, our radio is buzzing.
Luca's eyes struggled to focus on the walkie-talkie. Faintly, he could hear Rollo amongst the noise. Rollo's voice was coming through more
We're
clearly
down
now,
somewhere.
but some words were still just static. The signal went silent. Luca held still, waiting for a response, his pounding heartbeat marking the passage of time. Lolo's voice began to fade. With that, the signal died for good.
Treehouse is where we need to go.
Luca grabbed the walkie-talkie and sprinted to the treehouse. Luca heard a group of footsteps. He dashed behind the bushes to avoid being spotted. Mr. Tolliver paused, shifting his eyes to one side.
Okay, we got a new one.
Mr. Tolliver took one long, quiet breath. The three shared a determined look.
That scared the crap out of him.
The two boys shared a mischievous grin. Luca could only see a cloaked shape behind the rocket. He strained to hear as a muffled voice speaking. Fear gripped Luca's throat. Luca stared at the ground for a moment, trying to place the dampened voice. The figure shifted slowly from behind the rocket, revealing itself to Luca. Luca reached over empathetically. Iggy's tone jolted to dejected anger. Luca slumped to the ground, overwhelmed.
Listen, if you weren't such a bully, you wouldn't have got pushed in the puddle. How was he supposed to know the ooze would make it look like that? Wow, that's a lot of clipboards. Like 8 of them or something.
Iggy slumped to his knees. Luca grabbed the walkie-talkie and headed for the window. Luca and Iggy climbed up the back of the treehouse to its roof, where Rollo had constructed his MCDC, the Mission Control Defense Cannon. From behind the crowd of clipboards, William Kerr strode forward, a warm smile on
That
his
guy
face.
gives me the creeps.
Kerr's smile faltered.
And to be honest, I didn't think this game would be that long, but that's okay. I'm enjoying it.
Lucas grip tightened
There's a lot of
on the MCDC.
reading, but it is a book game, so.
Lucas' mind raced. He was caught in a trap. What do you do when there's no hope? He wiped his cheeks with a sleeve. What are you gonna do, Luca?
Just shoot them all with your little defense thing.
Luca drew himself up and decided he swung the Mission Control Defense Cannon around, aiming it confidently at the smirking face of William Kerr. Luca summoned his most insolent demeanor.
I know, it's kind of interesting. And each character has like a different boop bop, you know, like beeps and
Kerr
clicks
turned
and
his
stuff.
back on the two boys. With a nonchalant wave of the hand, he made his exit. As the clipboards began to slowly advance on the treehouse, Luca looked to Iggy with resignation.
I don't know what
in
that
his
thing
eyes.
did. It didn't really like
The end.
do anything.
That
Okay?
escalated quickly. Maybe discretion was the better part of valor here.
Okay, I guess, sorry. This one, and we do flight this time.
Luca drew himself up and decided to take the only option they had left. He squinted down the barrel of the Mission Control Defense Cannon, aiming it through an opening in the dense tree branches.
Maybe it's more like a zip
He
line
looked
than
up with
a
surprise
shoot people with it.
as it struck true and taut.
Taking the tunnel.
Luca and Iggy winced as they sprinted through the
Ooh, a
thicket.
Pokemon's coming soon.
The branches clawed at them, reluctant to give passage. After what felt like a marathon, Luca stopped in his tracks as they reached the clearing. What the? That was all he was able to say before Iggy slammed into his back. The boys tumbled down a steep decline and crashed with a wheezing thud on a surface as hard as ice.
A wheezing poison gas Pokemon and a Cypher Ball. Pokecat Cypher Ball.
This whole game is rigged.
I didn't say I didn't have that ball, so.
In fact, it was ice. Chapter 5. Signs. They stood silently, catching their breath. The sky was like sapphire. With each breath, a plume of steam escaped from Luca's lungs. Let's keep moving. Luca pulled Iggy to his feet as
Oh,
they
we're back
gazed
in the
across
snow
a snowy
place.
terrain. Luca had almost forgotten the walkie-talkie he was carrying. Luca looked at Iggy with hesitation. With a resigned sigh, Luca responded.
Determining what. We all caught it! Whoop whoop!
Luca winced, shoving the walkie-talkie back into his pocket.
So this is like where his dad was buried. So this is like the dandelion field. Ads are gonna start in a minute. They will go for 3 minutes, and then we'll be good for another hour. If you have Turbo or you're sub, you don't get ads. But if you're not, fear not, because I try not to do much during ads. This way nobody misses out. Except for weird things I do. Check on things or get a conversation going. Get angled towards the sign, but there we go. Beacon Pines!
The boys stared in disbelief at the sign that now clearly read, "Welcome to Beacon Pines."
Okay, I was going to do Pokey Daily. That's what I was going to do. See what I get. $65 and a Pokeball. I think I have a redo. Nope, I don't have. Oh, that's an IV reset. That's not the same. Nope, I don't have a thing. Okay. I thought I had like a redo. We could do like the Poke Daily more than once, but no. Oh, shit. Less than 2 minutes left on that. Seconds, I'll get to claim my bongo cat thing. Okay, what is it? Ooh, a new item. A big hat. Let's see what that hat looks like. Where did it go? Oh, there it is. I don't know if I like that hat. Let's go. Is there a pumpkin? Set things to do like longer term objectives. There we go. Okay, welcome back, guys. Sorry. I was just doing like time wasty things during break. Apparently it didn't. Oh, back. Here we go. Nope, can't go that way.
The fencing glistened, each chain link encapsulated with a translucent layer of ice. Looking down at the frozen stream, Luca could faintly see a school of minnows encased in the ice.
I was just thinking the same thing. Well, fish don't run, but... Right? Well, like, frozen more than normal, because, like, when lakes and rivers freeze, it's only, like, the top bit, and you can still see the fish moving underneath. This is so frozen that even the fish are, like, stuck. Like, frozen in.
The crunching of footsteps trailing Luca went hush. He looked back to see Iggy's face twisted with confusion.
I mean, further up north, it's so much that you can, like, drive trucks out on it and set up, you know, fishing hut things, but It's still not like all the way frozen through. Well, that's certainly not going to fix anything.
Luca peered upward at the darkening sky. He let out a long, foggy breath. Faintly, Iggy began to cry. Seeing Iggy in such a pathetic state gave Luca a sense of compassion and more than a little guilt. Luca allowed himself to collapse next to Iggy. The boys huddled together for warmth and comfort. If not for exhaustion, their minds would be racing, trying to make sense of the events of the day. As it was, all they had energy for was to sit in silence, numb. Iggy motioned sarcastically to his half-deformed face.
He really was being an ass.
Iggy shrugged. Iggy now wept openly.
I don't think his life is perfect. His dad died and his mom is just gone, and his grand may not be his grand.
He wiped his nose with a sleeve. Luca gave a warm chuckle. Iggy cleared his throat as he wiped his eyes. Iggy arched into a wide yawn. Luca's eyelids began to slowly... That's all Luca could whisper before succumbing to sleep. Iggy snuggled in some more. The house smelled of warm bread. Luca was playing with toy blocks on the living room rug. He looked up to see his parents on the couch. His mother held his father's head in her lap. She idly stroked his hair while humming a song. A voice behind Luca spoke. "This is how you remember them, huh?" Luca turned to see his own face. The doppelganger from his dreams, still clad in a yellow hazmat suit, still carrying a look of disdain behind empty eyes. Aww, look at this.
Probably not from Trader
cozy
Joe's.
scene.
I mean, not Trader Joe's, Whole Foods.
It was the figure
They'll
inside the
take
toy block
your
and inspected it.
$50 or your $20 bag of 50s
It's
and keep
amazing
it.
the facades that one can build given the right materials. Not that I blame us. These are a child's memories, all warm and fuzzy. You don't remember, do you? Lucas snatched the block from the figure's yellow-gloved hand. Remember what? The doppelganger pointed to the couch. The last day we saw him alive.
A Love Disc, which is a rendezvous Pokemon. Gen 3 Tier C. Effective balls are net balls. Catch net ball.
The day he chose to abandon us. Luca turned to look at
I
his
don't
father.
think the dad
still
chose to
lounging on the
abandon
couch. That's not true. He didn't abandon us. The doppelganger waved his hand dismissively.
He got hurt in a work accident, according to how the story's gone so
Everything is
far.
true here. It's just a matter of what we choose to see. Well, let me show you. The world flickered and pulsed. Luca was sitting next to his bed, listening to his heartbeat with one of his dad's stethoscopes. The doppelganger limped into the room. No, we both know that's not how this went. He grabbed Luca's hand and guided the stethoscope to the floor. Luca heard muffled shouting, brought close by the stethoscope. It was his parents, fighting. Do you remember what we did next? Luca gave a slow nod and crept down the hall to peek through the banister. He could see the outline of his mother at the bottom of the stairs.
Timer balls?
Damn it, Walt. We can't afford to get involved in this. She was scared. His father stepped forward. What am I supposed to do? Just watch? There's a sickness in this town, and we both know who's behind it.
Brace your balls. Crazy cottage?
I swore an oath to help people. I won't turn my back on them. Luca's mother grabbed Walt. She was crying, pleading. I can't lose you. Walt calmly removed Eleanor's hand from his shoulder. What's right is right, and what's wrong is wrong. I could never live with myself if I let Sharper get away with this. Eleanor raised her voice. Spare me your bullshit platitudes. What about our son? Luca flinched, dropping the stethoscope down the stairs. Walt turned with a panicked smile. Luca, is that you, buddy? With tears in his eyes, Luca descended the stairs. Mom? Dad? What's going on? Walt dropped to a knee to meet Luca eye to eye. Nothing, buckaroo. Your mom and I just got a little overexcited is all. Luca placed the stethoscope against his father's chest. His heart was racing. It sounded like you were going somewhere. Walt gently removed the device from Luca's ears. Listen to me, Luca. I have some business to take care of. I'll be back in time to tuck you in. Luca hugged his father tightly. Promise? Walt stood up and walked to the door. I promise. With a wink and a grin, he put on his hat and strode out into the evening sun. A figure approached soundlessly from the foggy snowfall. It stood above them, lingering in contemplation. Slowly raising one hand above Iggy, it snapped out 2 brisk raps on his head. From a deep slumber, Iggy sprang up defensively. Whether it was the calming presence
Is it a bunny
or
or a
the recognition that
mouse?
he was not in danger,
I think maybe a mouse with
Iggy
that
felt
tail.
his clenched fists lower.
Yeah, I would say a mouse. I was just looking at the ears and then
gradually
I looked down and I was like,
remembering
oh,
his
yeah, the tail
figure
makes it a mouse.
exhaled a cloud of warm
Bunnies
vapor.
don't have that kind of tail. Yeah, piggy bunny, piggy bunny.
When it came to complete strangers, Iggy had trouble cobbling together an insult.
You big-headed, scarfy-necked furball. Oh, that's quite the insult there.
Iggy huffed with gratification.
Oh, there's some Legos 30% off this week at Target. I think it is 30 or 40%.
Matt began to turn
And
away
also,
indifferently.
each day has like a couple different sales to compete with like Amazon's Prime Days. I got a Boy Wonder a pair of pants. So a couple years ago, he got these sweatpants that have bones down the front. Like they look like leg bones and stuff. And they glow in the dark. But he finally grew out of them. And we looked for another pair and they had them. They had similar. But they didn't have the right size in the store. So I looked today with the sale and they were 40% off the kids' clothes. And so I only paid $9 and I got them in his size off the website. So, if anybody needs kits, there, like, I think there's a bunch of different steps. So,
Iggy turned
you should check
sharply
out
and
the
began to
sale.
stomp
Target
off.
should sponsor me, because that's all I do is talk about Target.
Realizing he'd worn their patience thin, Nat relented. Luca and Iggy turned around with hope in their eyes. Nat took a deep breath in. Nat exhaled slowly, then snapped his fingers. For a brief moment, Luca and Iggy let themselves believe that some great magic was about to unfold, until they opened their eyes and found themselves in the exact same place, cold and disheartened.
Whoop whoop! Fingers crossed for staying down. So this is the real Beacon Pines, and they live, like, in a multiverse of Beacon Pines? Like, one of them multiverses? It does.
Nat narrowed his eyes, furrowed
It's
his
like the
brow,
games. You can move if
and
your fingers
uttered,
are on the right keys. Oh, the source thing.
Luca began to laugh uncomfortably. He looked down at his feet. His eyes darted back and forth in contemplation. With a sudden pain, a thought struck him. He sprinted off into the pale distance. As Iggy turned to follow, Nat called out. Chapter 6. The Source. Nat expressed his sympathy with a shrug and sauntered off as unassumingly as he'd arrived. He'd given Luca and Iggy what they needed, and nothing more. As Luca sprinted across the snow, the events of the past few days became clearer, pieces to a larger puzzle. Rollo said he was underground somewhere, captured. Mr. Kerr tried to cover it up with lies. The clipboards were hell-bent on capturing Iggy. It all seemed to point to Perennial Harvest, but right now, there was one thing that Luca needed to know.
This is where his dad is buried.
Luca stopped dead in his tracks. The tree was gone, uprooted and moved, leaving a raw gash in the... He dropped to his knees and dug wildly at the cold snow. His numb hands hit something hard. A headstone. A dry whisper escaped Luca. There was no reply, just snow-covered silence. Iggy finally noticed the tears welling in Luca's eyes and the snow-covered grave. Suddenly, they heard the crunch of approaching footsteps in the snow.
I may need to go make another cup of coffee. Or something. Oh, Love some 259K. Fall off distance is good. Mm-hmm.
He bent down to scoop up a snowball and lobbed it playfully. Luca stuttered through heaving sobs. Iggy gave Luca a solid smack on the back of his head. Luca wiped his eyes with a sleeve. Iggy flashed a mischievous smile and cracked his knuckles. Iggy and Luca shared a skeptical look.
Kinda. I guess where his house would be.
A disc of smooth metal was lightly covered in snow. Two faint seams were visible along the surface. Iggy darted behind a large pine and began digging furiously. He emerged holding a shoebox with a crude skull painted on its lid. Luca rolled his eyes with
Flaming
realization.
chicken coop!
Iggy stifled a chuckle.
Incendiary redecoration. Oh, Pokemon coming soon.
Iggy triumphantly raised the shoebox.
A Ditto. Let's try Featherball. Pokey Catch. Ditto. Okay. Featherball. Fantastic, minions! Fantastic. Call them a boyo. Like, wouldn't the treehouse be that way if they could, you know? This is the real town.
Luca and Iggy inched up to the edge of the hole.
Hammer
with
balls?
real Arctic air breathed out of the cavern in heaving gusts.
Crazy and Alex caught the Joe. You can fill it in. Oh, look, there's the creepy bad guy.
Mr. Kerr gazed down the abyss in contemplation. Kerr scratched the back of his head. His face contorted into a saccharine grin. Kerr snapped his fingers.
Oh no, clipboards and hazmat guys.
Iggy turned to Luca with a sly glance.
Jump in the hole.
Iggy waved the box into the air, threatening to drop it down. Iggy plucked a single bottle rocket from the box and held it up with reverence. After a long pause,
Mr. Kerr
Mr. Kerr
started to
flung up his
sweat.
head with frustration. Mr. Kerr sighed into the
He
frigid
seems a
air.
bit worried, like those fireworks might actually do something.
With a nonchalant flick, Iggy tossed the firework into the hole. With a growl,
Oh, he looks
Kerr
really
leapt
nervous
at
now.
Iggy, crashing through.
Oh
Iggy tried to
no.
twist away, but in the struggle they both tumbled over the side. Luca dove forward, bracing Iggy's hand just before it slipped. His grip was made precarious by the
Quick, kick
cold,
Mr.
wet
Kerr.
snow.
Kick your foot, kick your foot.
He could see Kerr further down, clinging to Iggy's coat.
Take off your coat. Well, might be able to take off your coat.
Mr. Kerr gasped with insult. look in his eye, Mr. Kerr began to hum a proud melody. Luca's hand began to cramp. His voice began to
Oh, what's at the farmer's market this time of year? Corn?
Luca felt Iggy loosen his grasp.
Might be too late for corn?
Every muscle in Luca's body burned.
I eat most fruit. I don't do apricots, though. They're weird. Sourdough bread.
Luca felt his hand
Just bread in
slipping.
general. Baked goods in general. I eat all the baked goods.
A calm settled over Iggy's face. Iggy's voice was colder than the bitter air billowing from the chasm. Luca had no choice but to accept Iggy's request. With a quiet blink, Luca watched a teardrop sail down into the howling void. As his fingers slowly gave up, he met eyes with Iggy. The two silhouettes were swallowed by darkness.
Oh, yes, the lemonade place is usually good. The honey stand, too. Because did you know, using a bit of local honey, if you have allergies, helps because the bees use, local flowers to create. So it can help you with allergies by using local honey. So we usually have local honey on hand.
We have some idea what that would look like. A fierce twinkle flashed in Nat's eyes. With a chuckle, Nat turned and walked west. Dumbfounded, Luca followed behind him, trudging through the snow. Every step taking him further away from everyone and everything he knew. And to be continued in Beacon Pines, Pines Harder. Revenge served cold. Second time's a charm? Wait, that's it? This ends with a crummy cliff. I was even starting to like Iggy. No way. I refuse to be associated with some never-ending parade of sequels. Let's go back and find something more definitive.
Let's try this one.
And in the stillness, he began to hum. After the death of his father, Luca had trouble sleeping. Each night, his mother would sit at the foot of his bed and hum a gentle melody. It was the only thing that could calm his mind, the only thing that, however briefly, could make it all seem okay. That melody pervaded every memory Luca had of his mother. Shivering in the raw snow, he began to hum it out loud. Gran lowered the torch, listening closely. As recognition slowly set in, her heart sank. Those countless nights of consolation, the incomparable loss they shared together. She let the torch fall to the snow and sizzle out. A few steps toward Luca was all she could bear before dropping to the snow herself. Through a flood of tears, she began to hum along, note for note. Luca lifted his head in astonishment. The last time he heard that melody was the last night he saw his mother. Luca blinked through blurry.
Is that his
watery
mom
eyes,
instead
trying
of
to
his
see more.
gran?
He could just make out the impression of a familiar face. He peered across the snowscape at the woman on her knees. Something about her was undeniably his mother, only smaller, older, changed. Luca sprinted as fast as he could toward his
This
mother.
story does keep getting stranger and
They
stranger.
held each other close, and the cold retreated from their bodies. Ellen Joseph slumped into the cold, wet snow. For the first time in a long time, her voice felt like her own again. Luca gazed down at Nuncreed with pity. He looked small. Joseph stared into the snow as if searching it for answers.
Ooh, I wonder if they would have apple cider donuts, Danny. Will Pokey coming soon?
Chapter 9. The Devil You Know. 7 months ago, Eleanor Van Horn crept down the maze of sterile hallways under. She stopped in front of the large steel door marked Deep Engineering. No turning back now.
A Spiritomb? Phantom or Knight? Pokey Cat? Phantom Ball? Okay, I must have it because it didn't tell me I didn't.
She raised a trembling hand. The stolen keycard worked as promised, and the door buzzed open with mechanical efficiency. She was immediately hit with the smell of disinfectant. It was some sort of laboratory. In one corner was a desk covered in papers. Across the room stood a tall metal pod with hoses protruding from its base. She rushed to the desk and began shifting through the piles of papers. They were experiment reports on something called Tenthus liquamen. There were dozens of them. Every one stamped failed. Eleanor heard the sharp echo of footsteps approaching. She was out of time. Her eyes scanned the room, eventually landing on the strange pod. Muttering a curse under her breath, she dashed over and dove inside.
Timer balls. Brace your balls. Me and Alex caught it. Oh, excuse me, I will not.
This whole game is rigged.
Mr. Kerr addressed the crowd with a sarcastic tone. Whispers filtered through the crowd.
Yeah, it said you didn't have the ball. Well, it told me I didn't have the ball. And then it told you don't own that ball. Solomon.
Torment dragged on Joseph Nuncrete's face. He paused for a moment, plucking a piece of fuzz from his sweater and discarding it to the ground.
Okay, Solomon looks like he's like a baby compared, like a little kid compared to these other characters. And yet he's the person in charge. I have questions.
Kerr gave a bow of deference. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Solomon pulled a glass vial from his pocket. In one smooth motion, he downed its contents. A triumphant smile grew across Solomon's lips. His
Sharper
body and face
Valentine.
began
Did
to
he make himself
contort and
younger?
expand as he
Like, at least make himself look younger. Well, that doesn't look
hushed
comfortable.
horror. This is a story about change. Sharper examined his new hands. Sharper choked out a crude squawk of a laugh. Frustrated grumbles sprinkled through the crowd. William Kerr gave a subtle nod to the clipboards.
They don't have names, they're just called the clipboards.
A helpless quiet settled over the crowd.
Oh, wow. He kind of is an ass. Oh no.
Sharper addressed the crowd with indignant pride. He'd planned this moment for so long that now, at the deed's fruition, it almost felt frivolous. Mr. Kerr flourished a preposterously elaborate bow.
I told you he was no good. This story did take a turn. I did not imagine it going this way.
Sharper coughed up one final laugh and cracked his knuckles.
Maybe. I don't know. This was one of two spots on the map where you could choose, like, you still have two options.
And so, Sharper set about remaking the town in his own image. The fertilizer factory soon reopened for business. Sales rose steadily as more and more farmers across the countryside began to swear by its miraculous properties. Beacon Pines became famous. A secretive town that, for the right price, shared its gifts with all. Gifts that became more and more necessary in a world where winters grew longer and longer. The end.
I don't think that was a good ending.
This is wrong, but things are becoming clearer now.
Yeah, I don't think this is
You
the
can
end.
feel it, right?
Like the right ending.
We can't let Sharper win. He might just be the key to this whole thing. Let's see.
Okay, so that one's got check marks now. They have check marks, check marks. So still two now. Let's do this.
There was a mallet like a trap ready to spring. Luca felt the weight of Nuncreed's hand. Something wasn't right. He didn't know why, but something was telling Luca to get out of there. Luca twisted free of Nuncreed's grasp. The two scurried off, eagerly formulating a plan.
Find glass on him. Or him.
He aired a long holler into the woods. Luca felt his eyes getting heavy and plopped into the beanbag. He conceded to its lumpy embrace. Once again, Luca found himself in a vast black expanse. This time, he knew exactly where to go. He took a single confident step forward. The world flickered and pulsed. He found himself standing in front of the frigid air of a blazing campfire. The source. He plopped down cross-legged and gazed into the cold flame. Soon enough, the fire began to die out, popping sporadically, until all that was left was a single ember. Luca stood up and dusted himself off.
I mean, technically, there's, like, we earned one in the, like, there was two, and I chose one branch.
He
And
plucked the
then
glowing ember
we
from the
earned
cold
another one,
ash,
so we're back up to
examined
two
it,
branches.
and slid it a keepsake.
And now we're at one
The
again,
voice of
unless
his
we
father
find something
spoke. You
in
made me
this.
proud, Buckaroo. Luca turned to face him. Dad,
Like, so
what
if this
is
branch isn't
place?
right, then we only have one branch
A
left, as of right
grin
now.
grew across his father's face. A place where everything that has been and
Oh,
everything
Pokemon
that
coming
could be.
soon?
Luca found himself staring at his father's face, trying as hard as he could to memorize every single detail. Wait? For what? Another voice spoke out as Luca's doppelganger stepped forward.
That's what I'm saying, like, that's the other one right now. It's like to refuse Iggy's request. A wild Chansey has appeared. It's an egg Pokemon Gen 1 Tier C. Effective balls are a basic ball or a heal ball. Fingers not on the right keys. Pokeball. See if I have it. I don't have that kind, so Pokecatch. I don't have that ball either. Just Pokecatch? Right, like just Pokecatch at this part.
Without knowing
There
why,
we go.
Luca began to weep.
Is any of this real? Are you real?
Luca's father bent down to smudge away a tear. Of course. I'm as real as the part of you that misses me. Luca turned to look at the older version of himself.
And you?
The doppelganger choked back tears. I'm as real as the part of you that's angry he's gone. Does
Hammer ball?
that make sense? Through his tears, Luca laughed.
Ooh, the cuckoo clock's right on time.
I think so. His father pulled him in for an embrace. Time to go, buckaroo.
Alex and Crazy caught the chancy.
Luca was startled from his dream by a banging on the floor. A commanding voice rumbled from below. Just as Luca sprang to lock the entry hatch, the door knocked open.
Always lock the door, even when you're home.
Chapter 5. Dangers Big and Small. Luca stumbled back. He heard the rope ladder creak under significant weight.
Pull it up.
Keeping his eyes fixed on the hatch,
We're gonna
he
ads start
inched
in a
backward to
minute.
the
They will be the
balcony.
last ads of the stream. They will go for 3 minutes, and then we will be good for the next hour, the final hour. If you have Turbo or you're subbed, you won't get the ads, but I try not to do anything during the ads. So if you don't have those things, you won't miss anything.
As his
But
hand
yes,
grasped
hopefully
the
you will
door
stick
handle,
around through the ads.
Luca
If not, I
froze.
completely understand.
A large figure clumsily wriggled up through the hole.
It's Rolo. But he looks older,
The large figure cocked its head inquisitively.
like an older Rolo, like his mom.
Luca's jaw dropped. He peered more closely at the man standing in front of him. Something about him was undeniably Rolo, only bigger, or changed. Rolo proudly presented his hands to Luca.
Okay, we're in ads, so I'm not going to do any more in the game for a minute. I did my... Sorry, I'm thinking. I did my Poke Daily, that's what I was thinking. I was like, there was something I wanted to do.
You already did your Poke.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying though. So I did my Poke Daily, so it's not that. What is it? I was like, I'll do it on my break. But now I can't remember.
Coffee.
I figured it's probably cold by now. Because that thing only stays hot for an hour. I thought about that after I said I'd go get another cup. I don't know. Words, things. Mm. Apparently my brain determined it wasn't worth remembering. Ooh, my leg is tingling. It needs to stop that. Welcome back, everyone. Make sure I'm in the game properly. So they made Rolo older.
Luca moved to the side and pointed Rolo to his reflection in the balcony window. His hands shot up to his face. Rolo shadowboxed a few jabs.
Rolo doesn't seem that upset about, like, aging. Well, he might not, I mean, have gotten older, but, like, he looks older.
With a yelp, Rolo dove behind Luca.
Little her adult friend.
She shot a nervous glance at Beck's eyes narrowed.
Dyed her hair with the chemistry set.
Ilona tried to put on a smile.
He does seem like a great HP. Banjo music and farm reports.
She sighed, and after a moment, looked down at Beck sympathetically. flashed a sly grin and tousled Beck's hair.
Slipper keeps trying to come off. Slippy socks. Oh, I'm so tired today. Pumpkin pie. That's a dad joke if I've ever heard one.
Luca gave Rollo a quick elbow to the ribs.
Blanket keeps coming off my legs too. You even topper banana in the field.
Beck flicked a large sheet of paper out of her pocket and slammed it on the floor.
Pokey coming soon.
Rollo started to wiggle with excitement. Chapter
Officially a
6.
heist. A roly-coly, a coal Pokemon, Gen 8, Tier C. Effective is Geo or Nest. Poke Catch, Geo Ball. Let's quick collect the thing. The
heist. They spent the
Bongo
night's
cat?
end huddled around that small map, formulating a plan to infiltrate the headquarters of Perennial Harvest. It would be no small feat. A modern facility equipped with all manner of technology, not to mention the swarm of clipboards that would most certainly be scattered throughout. By the time the sun began to peek through the car window used as a makeshift balcony door, all were in agreement. This could just work. The final day before the festival would be used to prepare. They'd need to pull every resource at their disposal, pull every favor with a thread. Even even enlist some unsavory characters around town with important tasks only they were suited for. Luckily, there was enough ill will and mistrust toward Perennial Harvest that alliances could be found at
Timer
a bargain.
balls.
Luca, Beck, and Rollo rubbed their eyes as they exited the treehouse. They hadn't slept at all that night. There was no time. The festival was to begin in one day, and they each had their assignments.
Roly Coley was caught by crazy.
He waved vaguely at Rollo's sizable figure. Beck snorted an involuntary giggle. They each looked at each other with sleepy confidence and nodded.
She's right, that is an important distinction. Well, let's check up here.
Jeff wheezed out a long. The joy in Jeff's face drained instantly. Looking into the sullen eyes of his would-be accomplice, Luca blurted out the first word that came to mind.
Oh, now we're gonna have a bunch of options. Because there's three more options for words for him, so like to get him to.
Luca wasn't ready to give up, so he shouted out again.
Okay, so not junk. Okay, so.
Jeff's brow perked up. Sensing some traction, Luca carried on with vigor. Jeff's
Okay.
scowl faded with a sigh. One good stomp of the foot was all Jeff needed to drive his point
So
home.
I tried all of them, and hide was the thing that like kind of like pissed him off to get him to help.
Luca offered out his open hand to seal with a firm and dusty grip. Jeff reciprocated.
Nope, I did not try to go back in there. Can't go in there at all. Air.
Iggy raised an eyebrow suspiciously. Iggy gave a reluctant shrug. Iggy considered the point. A wild-eyed grin spread across Iggy's face. Iggy glanced over to Tish, who nodded in agreement. With a quick nod, Luca was off.
Okay. I gotta leave some options on the
Iggy
tree
gazed up
now.
at Tish with a smile. A single tear ran down Tish's cheek. Chapter 7. Into the Hive. A good heist requires preparation. And thorough preparation takes time. Something they had precious little of. So far, everything was in order. Jeff, Iggy, and Tish all agreed to do their part. Beck radioed Luca that night with a simple and covert message. "We're locked and loaded on my end." And Rollo, after a lengthy confession, managed to persuade Roxy and Fitz to help.
Right? Now that it isn't like
He
messed
stowed
up
away in
from
mission
the
control for the
goop.
night to avoid attracting attention. Rollo, being uniquely suited for the role, would be the first to breach Perennial Harvest. The outfit provided by Jeff wasn't perfect, but a convincing disguise is 10% wardrobe, 90% confidence. Rollo took a few vigorous breaths and shook out his arms.
But we still only have 2 branches. I thought that would add like a bunch with the options from Triss, you know? All he did was put on a tool belt and a mustache.
He had to think quick. Rollo sighed, adjusting it.
Right?
With a stroke of his mustache,
Tool belt and a
Rollo proceeded
mustache.
into the Perennial Harvest headquarters.
Don't touch the mustache too much, though it might fall off, and then they'd notice.
He stammered and flipped through the pages of his clipboard. Rollo interrupted with urgency in his voice. Rollo panicked. The distraction was enough for Rollo to regain his confidence. The clipboard fumbled around in a frenzy.
That's like praise be in The Handmaid's Tale. Oh god, we're gonna go. Oh, there's Solomon.
Solomon stopped in his tracks.
That's not good.
A veneer of confusion flashed across Solomon's
Because
face.
he's really, you know, the guy.
His words rushed out dramatically. Solomon's facade briefly faltered. Luca happened to notice a plaque above the door. Luca tried the handle. Solomon leaned forward to examine the mechanism. Luca smiled and looked at his watch.
But I like.
She mimed a quick hat tip and ambled off with a whistle.
Ooh,
The light on the
Pokey coming
keypad
soon?
changed from red to green.
Pokey catch. Brace your balls, brace your balls. A wild Cranidos? Cranidos? It's a headbutt Pokemon. Gen 4 Tier C, which either Geoball. Geoball. I don't have that one. Pokecatch Cherish Ball? I do have one of those apparently.
Luca switched on his walkie-talkie. On the computer screen, a green cursor blinked in a
It's spelled
password
Geo.
field.
It's wonderful what happens when your fingers are on the wrong keys. Or you pressed the wrong key.
Luca pecked out his best guess. Underground secrets. The screen blinked to life. Columns of green numbers glowed on a black background.
Timer balls, timer balls. We caught Stick Crazy.
Solomon's jaw clenched into a half smile. Luca quickly scanned the columns for number 24601.
Bingo bango.
Once again, Luca scrutinized the numbers on the screen. In that moment of distraction, Solomon reached forward and pressed a large red button.
Oh no! Big red buttons are never good.
He quickly skimmed the screen with his finger. Mr. Kerr approached with a sneer and spoke into his walkie-talkie. With self-satisfaction, he called into the hallway.
Oh, she kicked him in the knee. Kicked him in the shin.
Nellie leaned over to examine his teeth.
Yeah, no, there's other games that have the same like beep boop bop boop, you know, beeping in it.
Nellie sighed.
We've made it further than the other, you know, dead end endings, essentially. feeling like I'm gonna sneeze.
Luca held his hand up to the ashtray. Luca tugged on each of the caps. Solomon muttered inaudibly. Solomon once again muttered under his breath. With a subtle, quivering lip, a smile crawled across Solomon's face. They heard the trampling of frantic footsteps from the hallway.
He's got a lot of oopses, but we all know he's the bad guy, so. That is a sad day. I wonder if they're just closed today. Or if they're like closed.
Her eyes searched the floor in thought. Solomon
Maybe they're
watched
redoing
eagerly,
stuff, like getting
waiting
new
for the
ovens or
flicker
something.
of
I don't know.
With a sickened look, she peered into
That is
his
sad,
soul.
though.
Solomon clapped with genuine delight. Solomon glanced down, examining his youthful form. Kerr presented it with a theatrical twirl of the hand. Before he could finish, Rollo snatched the vial from Kerr's palm.
Smash it on the floor. Just throw it down and smash it.
Rollo casually tossed the vial to Luca. Luca jiggled the vial mockingly. She held it tightly behind her back. Solomon sighed, speaking in crisp, measured syllables. He pursed his lips with feigned sincerity. A deep uncertainty washed over Beck.
Smash it. Smash it. Smash it.
She looked to Nellie shakily. With a dispirited nod, Nellie sighed in defeat. Beck slowly approached Solomon. With apprehension,
No.
Beck conceded.
No, you're supposed to smash it, you
Solomon
turd.
pocketed the vial and brushed off his shoulder with a sharp flick. The blood drained from Kerr's face. Solomon shook his head with gratification. A muffled applause resonated faintly through the walls. Nellie was staring at the floor, deep in thought. The color dropped from Luca's face.
Yeah, we'll just do
Luca
Dorothy
was
somehow.
overwhelmed with emotion. A sudden explosion sounded from the hall. Chapter 8, Comeuppance. Ears still ringing, Gran picked herself up off the ground. Through the dust and smoke, she looked over to see Mrs. Fratelli helping Hiram Tolliver to his feet. She'd had to beg, borrow, and steal to acquire those explosives. How many nights had she spent visualizing how she'd use them to make things right? And now, her one shot at destroying the source, that damned hole that swallowed so much of her life, was gone. Traded for this jagged hole in a wall and a foolhardy shot at rescuing Rollo. With Fratelli and Tolliver at her side, she stepped through. It was a strange feeling. The last time she'd stalked this maze of hallways, it was in a different body. They quickly rounded a corner to find a group of clipboards guarding a door.
Pokey incoming?
Something worth guarding is probably something worth seeing. She leapt forward, brandishing her cane. If her last chance at vengeance for things lost was truly gone, she would just have to fight to keep what she still had.
A wild Thorough? A Judo Pokemon, Gen 5 Tier B. Effective moves are Mach Ball or Heal Ball. That's quick. Clicked up. Correct.
They made their way out from deep within Perennial Harvest, just as Solomon finished up his speech. Solomon pulled a glass vial from his pocket. In one smooth motion, he downed its contents. A triumphant smile grew across Solomon's lips. With a mischievous look, Beck elbowed Luca. Remember when I had the vial behind my back?
Ooh, what should we choose? Whether tweaked his wonder potion with a little junk, change, or malice. Part of me wants to say malice, but another part wants junk. Malice it is.
I might have tweaked his wonder potion with a little malice. His body and face began to contort and expand as he
Oh,
disappeared.
the poke escaped. No one caught it.
This whole game is rigged.
Oh, he popped like a balloon. With confetti and all. I got the achievement. Pop goes the weasel. Out with a bang.
The crowd gazed in stunned silence at the now empty stage. The
I would
quietly
accept
spoken
this
when William
ending
Curse
kinda a little
sprinted
bit.
off stage and into the distance.
But, you know, it's not an actual ending.
He
It's
was
just a
never
part of
seen
it. But
around Beacon Pines or anywhere else for that matter again. Watching the silhouette of Kerr disappear over the horizon, Luca began to laugh. First, a low chuckle that became uncontrolled, heaving laughter. Through his tears, he was vaguely aware that the crowd had begun to laugh with him. The end.
I would accept that end.
That was unexpected. Perhaps a bit of an absurd ending for my taste, but who am I to say? I'm only writing the damn thing.
So still these two. Should we do another one of these and we'll change.
I might have tweaked his wonder potion with a little change. His body and face
It turned him into a baby.
Eris awkwardly cradled the squirming child. She looked to her brother, her voice shaking with uncertainty. She looked back down at the infant with equal parts kindness and terror in her eyes. With a shake of her head, Eris addressed the crowd with a stern scowl.
So the
Epilogue. Beacon Pines' coldest summer on record came and went without much fanfare. Folks shared what they had and none were left wanting. The new school year was ushered in by the falling leaves of autumn. After everything Luca, Rollo, and Beck had been through, middle school was bearable. The chill of winter didn't seem to bother people much. They kindled a hope for a better future in their hearts. When spring arrived, farmers planted their crops with a sense of joy and optimism. And as the dawn of the first day of summer came again, its light slowly spread through the shallow valley. It crept over the town square.
That was an
across the
interesting
river,
ending. It
past
turned him
the
into a
neglected
baby.
welcome sign, and came to rest on a young boy sleeping at dawn. His mind at peace, knowing he is here for a reason. Over
Oh, finally!
time, Eleanor began moving Walt's old things out of the closet and into storage.
Or you can run coal into the iron.
I still want to know what
Eleanor
she
had moved back into her bedroom, and now that she wasn't sneaking out late, she even slept there most nights.
Right now, I'm using cordwood to be iron smelting rails and drawing. Good spots, almost all the spots. You can just fast travel.
Okay, go this way.
We're gonna do the coal run. The coal miners. We can do an iron rails. It's that iron smelting.
When Perennial Harvest collapsed, most of the clipboards skipped town, but some stuck around and dedicated themselves to making things right. Eris did her best to ignore the tears welling in her eyes. Mr. Nuncreed shook his head.
the bunnies.
With perennial harvest gone, the transportation tubes were left unused. Well, maybe not completely unused.
Some of the clipboards stayed to help make it like things right. Some of them fled. Oh no, those are just like little kids' bunnies. The clipboards look kind of like raccoons. Said when ready, take Just Wild Ride to Old Beacon Pines. Oh. No, that's...
I think at the end, I've been... Honestly, I began to lose hope of ever finding it. But then you came along. I don't know exactly how to thank you. It's hard to explain how much this means to me. It's funny, now that our time together is finally ending. I'm at a loss for words. Let's just watch the end together.
So I think we finally found the correct ending. But that's not to say that we won't look at the other ones just to see what happens. Probably on Tuesday after we build. Pokemon spawn incoming. A Seedot, Gen 3 Tier C, Sunball, Featherball, Nestball. If I can spell right. That was the proper ending. Oh, I won the achievement, Close the Book. we did the Malice and it blew up. Then we did, yeah, the Malice made it blow up. Then we went back and did something else. You caught the C-Dot. There were still more endings that we didn't choose. So I'm like trying to get it to go back. But of course, you know. I am quickly going to look for somebody to raid into. We went to a new person last time, I think. Yes. So we can choose somebody that we are ready. Nope, snooze, no answer. I just a curiosity if there's anybody else playing this game. Nope. Nobody playing this game. Sleeping Luna is doing cross stitch. Okay, I'm going to go to stream ending. I was hoping like the credits would be over by the time I found somebody to raid into, but no. So let's do shout out to Sleeping Luna Signs. She normally does like crochet or knitting, something like that, fiber arts, but today she's doing cross stitch. So thank you all for hanging around. I'm glad we kind of got the end of this. I'm hoping it'll let us go back to this game and do the couple branches for the like choices we didn't make and like do them and see what happens. But Tuesday I plan to do the Halloween wreath because it's Halloween. I did post the pictures in Discord of all the goats this past weekend. Yesterday. I've been working on the cross stitch I chose, which is the Till Death one. I haven't worked more on the one for Crafttober, but plan to do that. Because obviously I don't want it to take all of October to do because we never get much done when I do it on stream, so I'm gonna have to work on it off stream too. But hopefully I'll see everyone Tuesday and that you had a great weekend. And I hope you have a good beginning to the week or till I see you again, which is in my stream, someone else's stream, your stream. But yes, hopefully. I really like this game. I look forward to seeing if it'll let us kind of go back into the book. Or what it'll do. Well, but we'll see.